Test, test, testing. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What's that thing like there? Can I tap it?
Good evening. I'm going to let you speak into it. Good evening, board. We have some members here from our Huntley Hurricanes team. Might have you guys introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to read a little something from your coaches. Okay?
First up. There you go.
I do play basketball, soccer, and my name is Alex. You can call me Goldfish.
I love the sound.
I
I'm
know.
listening.
I know. Great.
It's just knocking on the door. My name is May Friend.
Okay, great. Can you stand next?
My name is Miles.
Go ahead. Give it a tip.
My name is Clinton Fournier.
Okay. My name is Dr. Gill, and I am here tonight to recognize this outstanding group of student athletes from the Huntley Hurricanes junior basketball team. Their coaches were not able to make it, which gives me then the great honor of letting you know that we want to share how incredibly proud we are of each and every one of these athletes. Their dedication, perseverance, and commitment throughout the season truly deserves to be celebrated. The team demonstrated exceptional effort and teamwork, winning 2 out of 3 regional games and earning the opportunity to compete at the state level. Although they did not place first at state, their success goes far beyond the final score. These students showed resilience, sportsmanship, and a strong competitive spirit. They supported one another, grew as individuals and teammates, and represented their school and our community with pride. We also recognize the importance of the connections we've built along the way. The friendships, the teamwork, the moments of joy that brought this group closer together, like the team pizza party and the dance party at state. We are honored to recognize the Huntley Hurricanes junior team and look forward to all they will continue to accomplish in the future. So, round of applause. You're going to go around and you're going to follow Ms. Barr, and you're going to get your medal. Follow Ms. Barr.
I hope I get clean. Double high five. I got it. Hello. Fourth place.
There you go. Here you go, this is new 3 over. We got one more.
I'll give you one more award too. There you go. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Nice job.
This one for high five.
Yeah.
Want to vote?
Let's go.
There you go. We got it. Congratulations.
Good job.
We got double.
Awesome.
Why does the microphone have like this?
When it's
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Congrats on the way.
There you go.
Thank you. It just makes a lot of noise, that's about it.
Can you show us your medal?
Where's it at?
That's pretty good. We need to take a picture, okay?
Can we see your
Let's
medal?
turn around so we can take a picture.
of you guys and your medal.
Oh, show them.
Yeah, show off your medal.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good
Oh, wait, here for your parents. Yeah, you're ready. They're gonna come to Taurus and move out of the way too. Thank you.
Clay, did you be part of the team?
Alex.
Nathan, what's your?
Good job, boys.
There you go. And to our mothers, happy Mother's Day. Yeah, thank you for coming tonight. Okay, item number 4 is the Huntley Community Board of Education Employee Recognition Spotlight. Dr. Zier, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you kind of run with this one.
All right, they're going to funnel in here and give us a couple minutes. All right, good evening, everyone. Board of Education, thank you for letting us present our 30-year anniversary employees and our retirees this year from Huntley 158. Teacher Appreciation Week, we've already been out. Our cabinet has hit the Square Barn campus. You have a attachment in your packet that is recognizing everyone this year. We recognize 10-year, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, I think we got there this year maybe, and so on, and retirees. So the folks that weren't able to be here tonight, we will visit them in their buildings over the next couple of weeks before the school year is over. So we're going to get going. So Ms. Rashonda Henson is with us tonight, the principal over at Chesauk, and she has two 30-year honorees tonight. First person we're going to invite up this evening is Miss Ann Burns. So, did you want to say something, Ann?
No.
All right. So, we're going to present Ann with her 30-year award, her 30-year pen, and 30-year certificate here. So, once again, thank you, Ann, for all your service with Huntley 158. 30 years, quite the milestone.
It's been wonderful.
Also from Chesauk, Kathy Seaman. Congratulations, Kathy. All right, if I could have Dr. Beelan. We have one 30-year honoree who's with us this evening from the high school, Mr. Jay Teagle. See you in a minute. Michelle Hassel? All right, we've got Martin. And they have one 30-year honoree here this evening, Jennifer Raines. That's two pieces. Careful, 30-year folks. We made it complicated. All right, Ms. Henson, if you could come back up. Sorry about that. Wanted to group everyone together here. Now we're going to move on to our retirees. Chesauk's going to have two retirees with us this evening. So I want to say something real quick about the retiree awards. We have our traditional flame, teardrop, whatever you'd like that to look like for our retirees, and also something new this year. Oh, they sealed it up on me. That's okay. I want you all to see this. We're good? I want you all to see this. So this is from the LIGHT program. So we purchased cards from the LIGHT program this week, and we'll get them a new envelope here. I figured you guys, Keith is already sending me the invoice, which I think they got free. This was my office that did this, so.
I'll front the cash.
Got it. So the LIGHT program's retiree cards, this is the first time we've done this year, so these will be from the cabinet on the inside. Thanks, Mr. Pankey, for putting these together for us this week, and then also a happy retirement pen. So all of our retirees, that's what's in the magic envelope when you get that. So we wanted everyone to see that, supporting our LIGHT program for those of you who got to shop out at their storefront this past week. Awesome stuff. All right, for Chesauk, retiring this year, Beth Sun. Also from Chesauk, April Schufelt. We've retired you twice?
And for school district in Green Bay, I was admin assistant for 33 years there.
Oh, very good.
And then I moved here, and now I'm retiring from here.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right, Katie Surgeon, we're going to have Conley go next. Get out here. In the overflow seating. Hey, Katie.
Hi.
Carrie will help you out over here. So first up from Conley, James Carvalho. Thank you. Edie, how many days left? There you go. All right. Also from Conley, Edie Gagny. We didn't even have to rehearse that, Edie. On point. We could have Dr. Beelan make his way back in.
He's coming.
Right. So from the high school, we have Elaine Texador-Kraus, and real quick, Elaine, your award is on order. It will be here soon, but we do have your card from the Light program. Okay, we're going to pivot over to the Light program. Ready, Mr. Pankey?
Sure.
All right, from the Light program, Lori Precourt. All right, we have the principal, Marla Jill Pierce, with us, and she has one retiree this evening, Jennifer Goronsky. All right, here we go. We're going to go over to Martin. The first retiree we have is Allison Breidenbach. Also from Martin, Michelle Rubson. Also from Martin, Denise Soling.
We'll go back. Hold on, we gotta do a work here.
Also for Denise, man, they caught me on this. This is the 25-year-old. The 25-year anniversary award, Golden Apple, or sorry, Red Apple with a golden stem. Congratulations for 25 years. And then also, Denise is going to get retirement, but you got to bring them all up for the picture, Denise. Got to bring them all up for the picture.
Do we stand behind the table then for all the?
Maybe, yeah, that might be the best way to go.
Yeah, all the goodies.
I did. Yeah. She's retiring also. I didn't mention that. 25 years and out of here.
Thank you.
All right, next up is LeGee. Mr. Eddie? Well, Mr. Innings, I'm gonna present them all here in just a second. Mr. Innings has no one to present to. So, Ms. Lombard does have something. I have something to say first, though. I prepared something. I told you I had it. I asked permission to bring the personnel file out. We have not gone digital yet. That is a future goal. Yeah. Oh, no, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Everything I gave Jessica, I'm going to read right now. So I wanted to share this is, his wife was reaching out earlier in the year for some dates and things of that nature. We dug deep. And so I found his first interview, and the rubric. So this is fantastic. You were scored high, medium, or low. That's how it went all through, and just a couple of them. Appearance, high. You're on point. Good deal. And remember, this is fresh out of college, right?
Yep.
Do you remember the date of the interview?
It was in June.
Well, they said it was April. They could be wrong. That was a while ago. It could be wrong. So they scored him on training, knowledge, skills, maturity. They went with the middle on that one. Well, this person did not. They did too. They went with the middle. So I'm going to get a copy of this for you, but the interview rubric was quite interesting to me. That was right on top of the Murray State transcript. So yeah, go Racers. So before the award, I'm going to have Ms. Lombard come up. Is that okay? Yeah, and then we'll give the awards.
Well, I could have read it up there, but then you have to stand here and just stare there.
Stare,
So
yeah.
Come on over.
Okay.
While Dr. Zare takes the humor, mine will not be as funny as Dr. Zare's is. But tonight is always bittersweet as we celebrate the milestones and accomplishments of so many. So to those of you who came up either retiring or your years of service, congratulations, and thank you for everything you've done for Huntley 158. But today I'm honored, and we didn't get through the podcast with a few tears, so I'm going to try not to now. But I'm honored to take a moment to say a few words to celebrate an incredible career and even better person, Scott Iddings. Scott, your journey in Huntley 158 began back in August of 1993. From second grade to a 4-5 split to fifth grade, through north, south, mobile classrooms, and even the middle school when it was at the high school, or no? Yes. Scott has truly done it all. And through every role, one thing remained constant: a deep commitment to the students and staff he worked with. Scott, our leadership paths crossed in a special way when we both stepped into assistant principal roles, you at Martin and me at Legee. And then we supported one another when we opened Conley and McCaben at the same time as principals. I moved on to the district office, and it felt just right that you would come to Legee, where you've continued to lead and make a difference ever since. It made me comfortable knowing that the school, the students, the staff, and the families were in exceptional hands, and they were for 18 years. Scott, you didn't just build a career here, you built a life. You met your wife, Jody, here. You raised your 3 children, Emma, Ryan, and Josh, here, and you became part of the fabric of this community. Along the way, you were guided by great influences. Your mentor, Rhonda, who helped shape your leadership, and your dad, who inspired your path into education, and so many more. And it truly shows. Your steady, thoughtful, student-centered leadership has impacted generations. I truly hope, Scott, that you know you've been a mentor yourself to so many. Scott, your legacy isn't just in the years you've given to Huntley, it's in the people you've influenced, the culture you've built, and the countless students who are better because of you. Congratulations on your retirement. You've earned it. You'll always be a part of Huntley 158 family. And now you get to go off in 10 days and be a grandpa to beautiful little Everett. Just don't be a stranger, my friend.
Trying to get out of here. All right, so Mr. Iddings, we do have a few gifts today, as I know you've probably received many as you're parting, but the traditional retirement gift and also the light card. So we're going to give you officially. I'm going there. I may be a little too excited for this. Here we go. So for those of you who don't, hi, go back to the mic. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Iddings is an avid Cubs fan. Are they in first place still? Have the Cardinals caught him?
No.
Yeah, so Cubs are playing well?
Yeah, they 15 straight at Wrigley.
Yeah.
9 in a row.
There you go. He's got the stats.
They swept yesterday.
Yeah.
They swept it.
Yeah, well, So we chat baseball, sports, Missouri Valley Conference sports, probably the only two people in the district that chat that, Illinois State, Murray State. So we've had many connections through not only professional connections, but athletics. So we decided to do something a little bit unique for your final gift, at least from the district level, to represent that baseball passion that you have. So it's not Cubs season tickets before we get ahead of ourselves here. So we did something from Louisville Slugger for you that we're going to take out here in a second that has your Huntley 158 stats on it. So we'll break that out a little bit. We got the stats there on the end. Louisville Slugger only lets us put so many things on there, and then he tells us we're doing too much. So, Mr. Innings, I've also got some brackets, so you can display that wherever Jody tells you to. Congratulations. So, yeah, it is, it's real. Well, you can do what you want with it, sure. So, congratulations, and let's get a picture of that.
Hey, Scott, show them the fun. There you go.
Let's flip it around. So we're going to have everyone come up in front of the board here to get a picture. Before you do that, though, outside there's a table that has here, I can talk to y'all. Outside there's a table that's got boxes to store those in so they can travel well. The boxes are labeled with your name, so make sure you grab that on the way out so you got some safe travel. So now we're going to have you all come up and we're going to do a picture here in front of the board. We need to move that.
I think you might have to move that.
Bring it over here.
Bring their award.
Yeah, bring your awards. Bring your awards.
I know, but easier to.
All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. One, two, three. Thank you. Anybody else?
All good.
Oh, there we go.
Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Oh, you can. Enjoy your time.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, we can, like, taking turns. No, but,
I can't just make it to the roll. Yeah, no
I know.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and keep moving ahead, keep moving forward rather. Item 5 on the agenda this evening is public comment. We have one, Kathleen Troutman and Ryan Santiago. You may have to go chase them down. Oh, is it? Okay.
Can you say good evening? Good job, bud. Good evening. Well, I'm going to kind of dovetail off of the nice celebration that you guys had for those individuals that are retiring. And Ryan and I wanted to make sure we came this evening because there's a special gentleman in the room that's retiring that made an impact on our family. When I had an opportunity to kind of get a little snippet of the video that was done with Superintendent Lombard and Scott Enings, it was remiss of us if we didn't come and congratulate Scott Enings for his impact, not only to the district, but to our family, Ryan as a student, and for me as a parent. A number of years ago, when Ryan entered the SNAP program over at Lickey, you know, at that time I was dealing with the word autism, and very scary as a parent to know what are you dealing with a young child with autism. And so one of the things they tell you when people cross your path, you're lucky. And he's a gentleman that crossed our path, and lucky that we have him. And he's always been involved with some way with Ryan. If we see him at the Hootenanny, I run into him at Costco. He's always had an ear to hear how Ryan's doing, and also an ear to a parent. But Superintendent Lombard, when you had the discussion, you talked about trust. And he certainly had my trust from day one. And I knew anytime I could pick up the phone, call him, I could knock on his door, talk to him, and I know I could have a conversation. And he not only supported Ryan, but he supported me. And it was very scary at that time, because here you have a young child who's going to go from this side of 47 all the way over to Legee. You thought he was going to another country. So I can't really one-up Dr. Zier with the Slugger package, but we have a little gift for Principal Edings, and I wanted the board and the administration. And I hope he is a model for other, teachers, staff within the district, what an impact someone can have. And it's kind of fitting because today's Ryan's 23rd birthday. So it's nice that's a nice remembrance for Ryan. And do you want to say thank you, Principal Edings? So he's very quiet, but I just wanted to take that and thank you for giving us the opportunity to public comment. And we wish him and everybody else congratulations on their awards and happy retirement. Thank you.
Item 6, thank you for your comment. Item 6, revision adoption of the agenda. Is there anything to remove on this agenda or slide around? Right, not hearing any, I move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Second from Mr. Kratty. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes 7-0. Item 7, student advisory representative. Nico, you're running solo, but you have helpers, from what I understand.
So for this meeting, I'm going to come up here and address the board. First update is we have, as Mr. Troy said, I'm running solo tonight. That's because Emma has a conference track meet that she could not miss. That's happening at the high school right now. So some updates just for the board in general. We have planned a visit to the LIGHT program with Dr. Gill so that we can get feedback from the LIGHT students. And then there has been a survey that has been distributed to students at the high school that's anonymous so that they can provide feedback to us. We keep getting responses day in and day out, and I think so far the response has been that they really want Dr. Beeman to stay. But we will share more updates at the May regular meeting. We've also had some focus groups with specific student populations, so some of our students with diverse needs. We had one today, and it was absolutely amazing to hear what those students had to say, even if it was through non-traditional communication means. So now getting into some updates. We do have some students who are joining us, but on April 24th, we had an Institute Day, and we had 4 student leaders, myself and Emma.
Hello, my name is Lovis, and I'm a freshman at Hunley High School.
Hi, my name is Anushka, and I'm a sophomore.
And with those student leaders, we facilitated a professional development session. We had 2 sessions for staff members through 6th grade through 12th grade, and the topic has consistently came up of engagement. And so we thought it was fitting to do a session about engagement and really help share with staff about what we met as, what we have seen as students and ways to address this issue. So we wanted to share a little bit about what the session looked like for the board, just so you could get a perspective of what it was like. And so we first showcased our feedback from our visits. So a little in the last few board meetings, we shared that me and Emma visited every school. And so we turned around and used that feedback that we got about engagement and shared it with the staff members at the session so that they could get a purview of what it was like hearing from students and showing that this is not just what 4 students are saying, this is what the students of Huntley 158 are saying. And then we also tied it into our strategic plan with the portrait of a learning environment, because one of those competencies was engaging, and so we were able to use that with our session as well. Next up is Lois, who's going to talk a little bit more.
Another thing that we covered was showing student perspectives and strategies on how to increase engagement in the classroom. We demonstrated what the student lived experience was like and how students thought their engagement looked like in the classroom. And we helped teachers reflect on their own practices and how they could improve or implement different strategies. And we also shared game-based learning, real-life scenarios, student voice and choice, and active movement, which were 4 key strategies that we found helped students stay engaged the most.
And then we also led an individual reflection activity where we gave teachers a worksheet and asked them to identify one thing that they want to start doing in their classrooms, one thing they want to stop doing, and one thing they want to continue doing to promote engagement in the classroom. And then finally, how hypocritical would it be to lead a session about engagement without it being engaging, right? So we ended up incorporating game-based learning by giving teachers a little pop quiz that's live, so we can see a leaderboard and who's first, second, third, and we had prizes for the top 3 winners.
And all around, if you haven't seen, the session was pretty amazing, and the staff say the same. We had many individuals come up to us afterwards and thank us, and we received so many great comments about the session. And if you would like to learn more about it, you can visit the district website. We have a news story on there that you can see first thing. And now we also wanted to just reflect as student leaders about what it was like helping lead this session and what our plans are and hopes are for the future. So first up is Lois.
So planning the session was a great experience. We used the feedback that Nico and Emma gathered throughout all the levels, and we tried implementing that feedback within the strategies and the content of our presentation. We also received stellar feedback from the teachers because they loved hearing about the students from the student voice because it helped them connect more to the PD and the lesson. And I think going forward, this would be a great thing to implement because it really brings the teachers closer to the students and the lessons that they're learning. And it'd be greater if we brought this to the elementary school levels, so not only middle school and high school teachers could have this experience.
I think for me personally, it was a great experience because I got to see what our teachers go through every day, whether it be planning curriculum or talking over a large crowd of people while everyone's talking at once. And I think it works vice versa for the teachers as well, because they got to be in the position of a student, and that helps them see how delivery and execution plays a huge role in learning, which really helps get our point across about how engagement really matters when you're teaching something.
And I just wanted to also share that if you remember, this is an idea that came from a board meeting. This was something Ms. Lombard thought of. We shared with Dr. McCrindle, and myself and Dr. McCrindle started planning right away. And this was really just showing that student voice doesn't have to be just sharing reports. It can actually include leading and bringing other students, since I know you always do hear from me, so I figured I'd bring some other students along. And I think really just goes to a culmination of student voice, and I really think with the success of the session, we can set this up for future staff members, even though I won't be here for it. And do we have any questions from the board? We happily address any of your questions about the student-led professional development session.
Outstanding. Thanks for all your hard work.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yes, Dr. McCrindle?
I just want to add, so the students put a lot of time into this. So they met on your late start days. We met a couple Wednesdays, and you did some after-hours practice at the library.
2.5 hours,
And
yeah.
they did, so when you talked about how it goes into lesson planning and putting things together, you guys really put that time in. And so huge celebration to you guys. And just the work that you did is super exciting, and it was exciting to see how you guys led that session. So thank you.
Nico, what's the phrase? You understood the assignment, you guys knocked it out of the park. It was
Yeah.
fantastic. So, and I know we had principals from other buildings who were like, I'm gonna sign them up for Institute Day number 1, how do I get them on my schedule? So, nice job.
Any other questions from the board?
Outstanding job.
Thank you very much.
All right, so if 2 students weren't enough, we have 4 more to share about the most recent Superintendent Student Advisory Committee meetings. So on April 29th, the inaugural Superintendent Committee, that is Ms. Lombard's advisory committee, had a meeting, and it was our final meeting here at district office, where we brought together students from elementary, middle school, and high school to share thoughts about a diverse number of topics, such as recapping this most recent school year that's about to end, some district operations from the whole district perspective, and then tying into our strategic plan and a portrait of a learner. And we reviewed attendance and behavioral data, where the students became the experts within the data themselves and really got to immerse themselves in it and draw conclusions. And then we reviewed our handbooks with what are our policies. Some students learned what a handbook was, and then we looked at certain components, so that feedback can be taken in to the planning of those handbooks. And then we looked at school operations, about how to get more student voice at the local level, and then plans for next year. So without further ado, I call up Alex to talk about, introduce himself.
Hi guys, my name is Alexander Martinez, and I'm in 5th grade, and I come from Oogie Elementary.
Hello, my name is Hunter Sumner, sixth grade, and I come from Marlow Middle School.
Hi, I'm AJ Morsefelder. I'm a freshman at Huntley High School.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Jones. I'm a senior at Huntley High School, and I plan on attending Utah State University in the fall. Okay, so one of my favorite things that we talked about at our superintendent council meeting was learning and instruction. And so students had a lot of positive things to say about it, how lessons have been more interactive and more engaging. And then also teachers ask a lot of questions and they listen to the responses or the questions that students give back. One of my favorite engaging lessons that I've been a part of was in my history class. And in history, we take a lot of notes and it can be really boring at times. But my teacher made it, we were learning about the Salem witch trials. And my teacher made this really fun game where we had like a piece of paper and had like a dot on it. And if it had a dot, you were a witch and you had to like go around and interact with other students. And so instead of just taking notes and looking at a boring slideshow about the Salem witch trials, she really made it fun and made it a game and something that I will forever remember.
I'm here to talk about the learning and instruction and how we can grow on it. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about was how we could use more of interactive and different types of learning, not just on Chromebooks, but also on paper. And one of the ideas that we thought of was we could do like a daily vote. And whatever wins for that day, we could do online, or we could do like on paper or hands-on interactive. Also talking about the student experience, there's a lot of ways that a student is successful in middle school, and I feel like a big important one is getting to know your teachers. Getting to know your teachers makes students want to be more attentive in classrooms and be on time, because it makes students feel like they're not with a complete stranger in the class. And for me, it's like, I really like to know people. I just like doing it. It helps. I feel like it makes them feel better too. You know, it's one extra person they get to know, always to talk to, of course. And it's just a better understanding of what you are learning, I feel, because you want to be more there.
One of the things we also talked about was the growth, and one thing that we saw from the elementary level was that people would like more STEM opportunities at all levels of elementary. People would also like a preview into future learning, so they can anticipate and not have to guess. Students would also like to see a more game-based and experience-based learning for future and across all levels.
Another thing that we discussed were the systems and structures. And so positives that we have are that there are so many opportunities, especially at the high school, to engage with students of like all classes, all grade levels. And so my favorite structure at the high school is blended learning, just because it helps me manage my time. It helps hold me accountable for my assignments. Sometimes, you know, being blended is so much fun and I get to hang out with my classes who are off those periods, and we might go off campus and grab Starbucks, or we might do something fun, but at the end of the day, the schoolwork is so important. And I love being able to, you know, if I'm blended that day, maybe I go into class because I need extra help from that teacher, and there aren't so many eyes on me when I'm asking for that help. So being able to have that flexible schedule, I think we should definitely keep it. And include more options that are blended in the high school, because it has helped me grow, and it definitely holds people accountable.
One of the things I got to talk about was having the consistent bells and 2-minute passing period music. So consistent bells is important because teachers sometimes start a new subject that takes 10 minutes with 5 minutes left in class because they do not know the schedule, and the students don't know it. So what we like is clear communication with those, and the 2-minute passing period is important because it gives students an idea of how much time they have left in their passing period, and then they know how much time that they have to get to class. We'd also like to see more blended classes and online learning opportunities for online PE, yes. That's one thing that's complained about, is that there's not enough availability for online PE, and we would like to see more growth on that.
So we now would like to also have all the students just share their perspective of what it was like being part of the inaugural class of Ms. Lombard's Student Advisory Committee. So we're first going to have Alex.
First of all, I was really excited to be there because I like to see all the people who wanted to have things to be the best they could be. And I also like seeing people that I could look up to, such as Nico.
The committee for me was really fun because I got to discuss with other students how they wanted to make learning better, and I feel like a little bit more challenging too. And I agree with Alex. I really like to look up to the people that I would want to be, such as Nico, and a lot of the other seniors that helped out. Yeah.
I liked how the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee gave an opportunity for students to express their opinions about the school. And it was really good. I got to meet new people, so made new friends. And I would like this to continue because it gives an opportunity that other schools may not have.
I think, like everyone said, I was surrounded by like-minded people, and I love that. I love being in a room where I know that, like, my thoughts and opinions are going to be valued, and I'm going to hear the thoughts and opinions of others. I also really liked the lunches, so I was really grateful for that. That was so fun and just like an added perk, and I was really grateful to be a part of it, so thank you for that opportunity.
And just to close out, I would like to personally thank Ms. Lombard and Dr. McCrindle for all your help this year with getting this superintendent committee set up with taking student voice to the next level, especially since we've had a lot at the school level, and now getting it to the district level and getting to share this with the board has just meant so much to me. And it has really just been a great opportunity, and I really cannot wait to see where this goes in the future and how we can continue to have more updates like this and more meetings with all students, and really getting to have those connections between the high school and secondary and light along with our elementary students, because I think, as evidenced here, that it is a really important part to not just allow Ms. Lombard and Dr. McCrindle to engage with students, but allow upperclassmen to have the opportunity to lead their fellow peers in activities. And I encourage you all to seek further updates on this.
So Nico and Jocelyn, I know that you will not be joining us next year for this. You could come back and visit any time. But I appreciate the feedback that both of you were able to provide throughout the year, both at the district-wide as well as the high school part of this committee. I know that there were times that, it was also fun, at one point in January, Jocelyn felt hurt, and I got an email with a thank you after a certain thing was implemented. It just fell the way it needed to fall, but I hope, that everybody on that committee, felt that their voices, they do matter. And Alex and AJ, and Hunter, hope you want to continue next year. You will be part of that as long as you want to be, part of that committee, and we will invite new friends as well. But it's extremely important, not only to provide that to us, but we will be expanding that. So other, leaders in the district will hear those things, and we will open that up, for opportunities for you to be able to bring your peers' voices to the table as well. So thank you so much for everything you did this year. It was really, really important.
And do we have any questions from the board? We did kind of prep them all, so. You guys did
I have more just a comment. Just want to thank you all for sharing your voice, and not only just being a part of this group that's sharing this from the student advocacy, but also just even being here for all of the students who spoke tonight. It's kind of intimidating to walk up to the mic and there's a crowd of people, we're all staring at you. You all did amazing, and just, I know it takes a lot of courage to come up here and share your feedback with the rest of us. So thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I do have a couple questions. Sorry, I don't remember your name, but you mentioned pen and paper versus, Hunter.
Yeah.
Pen and paper versus, Chromebook. And that's something that, resurfaced, I guess, as a conversation, because a moment ago, there were no Chromebooks. So I'm, kind of curious to hear a little bit more about it, if you don't mind, if you're comfortable doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I really like doing pen and paper more than online, because when I'm online, it gives me a headache, and it starts off with first period and then it goes throughout the whole day. When pen and paper, I really like to write stuff too, so I feel like it's easier to just write that out. And I feel like it gives you more opportunity to pretty much express on the what you're trying to say. Does that make sense?
And that question goes to anybody else too, because you all represent different levels, at the school. So I'm curious about it, but you don't have to respond.
I feel like with Chromebooks, there are many different apps or things that you can use, and sometimes students can be drawn away from the actual assignment just based on the freedom that you do have on a computer, like games or things like that. And I know you can play tic-tac-toe on a piece of paper or something fun like that, but I do think, like Hunter said, writing things down helps your memory. And I love taking notes. I love using highlighters and different colored pens. Like, I'm definitely that kind of person. And so being able to go back to the paper and being able to turn in your notes and show, I actually did this. It wasn't something that ChatGPT generated for me. It wasn't something that I got distracted with because of the game. Like, this was my work. And I think that more students will be engaged if it is actually on paper, than having that freedom and that screen staring at you throughout the whole day.
Great. Things also that are on pen and paper are a lot easier to stick with than just on a Chromebook where you can erase it all and restart again and restart again. It's a lot easier to stick with something and stick with the main idea. So you believe you put your heart and soul in it.
Mr. Torre or the board, do you have any more questions for us?
You have one more.
Okay.
And this one's a curveball, so.
Okay.
Bear with me on this one. There's been a lot of talk at the state level about restricting or eliminating cell phones in schools. And I'm kind of curious about your thoughts on that, or if you have any at all. Again, there's no pressure. It's just a curiosity to hear the student voice in that conversation, because so much of it is being done at the adult level and at the state legislative level. So if you have a comment on that, great. If not, and no pressure. And I know it's a curveball. You weren't prepared for that one.
Mainly high school, and I know we had that discussion when one of our earlier ones, Jocelyn.
All right, it's okay, you're off the hook.
It's okay.
No, you're off the hook.
I think that, phones should be at least allowed just to be on you. I don't know, phone trees, most of the time, people mostly don't put their phones up. And even if people are pulling out their phones, they're just checking the time. I've seen people pull out their phones in class, and it's a quick, just look down, check the time, and put it up. That's what it is most of the time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm gonna add another comment.
It's okay.
I just think that there's gonna be, like, today, there were rumors that at the high school, they're gonna get those lock boxes, and that students aren't gonna be able to touch their phones, or like, we need to have clear backpacks. Now, I don't know, there were crazy things happening that I heard at the school today, and I was like, I don't know if that's true. And just even from that, there were so many repercussions from it, and there were so many students who were angry, who were like, I don't want to go to school if I'm not going to be able to do like X, Y, Z. And while I do think that phones are a distraction in the classroom, I'm victim to it. I know my friends are, like, phone trees have helped, but also at the same time, I think it does cause more harm than good if we were to completely eliminate them, just because they are, like, that's your personal item. Your parents are giving it to you because they want to contact you. I know we use, like, in case of an emergency all the time, and I know that each classroom has a phone that the parents could easily call the office and then they can ring the classroom, but I don't know, I just think that eliminating them completely would do more harm than good. That makes sense.
No, it's fine, thank you.
I think Mr. Bobby might know what comment I'm about to say from our vision and voice, but I think especially when we think about what is the point of school, it's to prepare young people and children for the future. And what happens when you take away those phones? That removes that distraction for them. You would be helping teach them in that moment to learn more effectively, possibly. But what happens when they get into the workspace? Or what if they go into a secondary school and now all of a sudden they can have their phones available to them? When for 18 years they have had their phones saying, already taken away for you, and then, ooh, here's the shiny item when you're now in the workplace or in a secondary school saying this is available for you. So I think rather than a punitive measure, I think there should be more focus on how to use your phone responsibly and developing strategies and techniques for students about how to manage your phone time and screen time effectively rather than just taking it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Everybody for your participation this evening. Thank you.
Any more questions? You want to do a photo?
Good.
I know, seriously.
Thank you, everybody. Our next item on the agenda, and thank you for coming again this evening. Item 8, Curriculum Instruction Committee, I'll turn over to Mr. Cuddy.
How amazing was that? So wonderful to hear from our students. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McCrindle for curriculum and instruction updates, including overnight field trips, the district's consolidated plan, as well as contracts and agreements for the 26-27 school year.
All right, thank you. It's very hard to follow that engaging of an exciting of a topic, but these are exciting too, promise. So we have our annual overnight trips proposal for you. This does not require board approval, but it is something that we need to make sure that you are informed that we have overnight trips that some of our students go on. And so typically these are at the middle school and high school levels, where most of these are. And these are, again, the anticipated trips. We partner with our sports teams, our athletic director, and our clubs and activities, as well as over at the high school and middle school, to put a comprehensive list on here. You'll see many of the opportunities are ones that have been recurring year after year, such as state track meets, state different opportunities to compete. And a couple of new ones, cheer has ICCA state championship on here. There's a symphonic orchestra festival at UIC that they would like to attend. And then we also have an Ed Rising conference at ISU, which is an education conference for future educators. And so that's made the list this year, as well as some dance nationals, the Chinese classes attending a trip if their parents choose to send them on that. Journalism competition or convention at the Columbia Scholastic one in New York, and then also just the JEA-NSPA National Convention for Journalism in Orlando, Florida. And then there is an orchestra clinic, which is new as well. So we have quite a few recurring trips on here, and they're more just to give you information about fundraising for those and payment of those. Follow whatever the clubs and activity sponsors follow with their processes. Parents, of course, sign off on permission slips, et cetera, throughout all this, but we do want to make sure that you're aware of the trips that at this time that we are planning on having some of our students compete in. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Not a question, just a comment. It's just an incredible list when you think about all of the opportunities that our students have, whether it's athletics, clubs, academics. It's really amazing to see all the things that are offered for our students at the high school level.
All right. With no other questions or comments, I'll move on to the next item, which is a consolidated district plan. This began about 4 years ago, where the state of Illinois put one big consolidated plan in place where we go ahead and complete a needs assessment with our intent of how we will spend our Title I, our Title II, our Title III, our Title IV, and our IDEA grant dollars. And so I went ahead and included the draft of what we will be submitting to the state level. What we went ahead and did is it follows most of our same processes prior years. We have updated the language to align to our district strategic plan and some KPIs that we have focused on and will be focusing on in the future. But what happens with this is we submit it, the state then takes a chance at going ahead and approving it. Sometimes they kick it back to us, they have to make a couple edits. And then once they approve this plan, they match any of our grants that we write and get afforded to make sure that we are spending it according to the appropriate way. A part of this consolidated district plan is that we do need to include different stakeholders' voices in how we develop that plan. So Dr. Gill and myself both work with our MPAC, which is our multilingual families, as well as our SEAC, as well as a lot of different teacher, administrators, voices, et cetera, to help build what this is needed, as well as some of our student voices. You've heard, we will see when we go to write our grant, some of the stuff they're saying we'll be prioritizing in the grant. And so that's important to know that there are voices from multiple stakeholders included in the intent of how we want to spend these dollars. So this is just letting you know that these are the grants that we plan to apply for if the federal government does provide dollars for them. And if the state approves this plan, then we will apply for those grants as they open in July and August to align our funding to this purpose. Take any questions or comments?
Any questions or comments? All right, moving on to 8.
Thank you for putting those together into one big, happy 54-page document.
You're welcome. It's a fun one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's always, or it has been interesting to watch this, and even though it's grown and evolved, it's just the listing of all of these things all in one place. We hear about bits and pieces throughout the year and see things in the budget, but to have it comprehensively put together, glad the state pushed this, even though it's a ton of work. Nice to see it all in one place like this.
Thank you. And Dr. Gill definitely was a partner in making sure we had our plan developed down there because we work hand in hand, so
Yeah,
thank
you to all the contributors for this.
Great. Hearing no other questions, 8.3.
All right, so this next memo is a new one for us this year. We went ahead and have another lengthy memo that has all of the contracts and agreements for the 26-27 school year from the learning and innovation side of the organization in regards to the professional learning that we are planning on maybe contracting with partners, and then also the instructional technology tools. And so what this list does is it represents the different contracts and agreements that we either have annually, which just renew on an annual basis, of technology tools that maybe students are accessing, teachers are accessing, and even curricular support to make sure that we are able to meet the needs of our students with the standards and the curriculum that we've adopted on here, as well as any multi-year contracts that we are bringing forward for approval. And so we are going to talk through a couple of the ones. Not a couple, it's actually 10 to highlight out of this list, but there is another whole list of other contracts that we just wanted to, with transparency, make sure that you see that these are the ones that we utilize annually, that go through, we follow our processes for approving those. And so with that, I'm going to toss it over to Dr. Gill to talk about the first two.
So the first one we have listed is an art therapy contract. It's new to us. As you know, we've been working on program development for our special education programs across the district. One of those programs is called SES, which is our structured education setting, and supports some of our students across the district to really enhance social emotional learning. And we've been focusing a lot on Circle of Courage. So we're looking at offering some art therapy to all of the classrooms across the district. So we've met with, and I should say too, that this proposal came from the teachers within the program to say we want to do more to support social emotional learning, and we want to tie it to the Circle of Courage. So this is something new to us this year, and we would be looking at implementing that for next year for all of our classrooms across the district for SES. The second one is also mine. Sorry, Amy, do you have the cover sheet? Thank you. So you'll remember last year we talked about whether we would want to engage in a multi-year or a single-year contract with CareSolace. We opted to go for a single-year contract with them last year. We're also bringing forward a single-year contract to you to consider. Our continued partnership with CareSolace really allows us to offer some opportunities for families to engage with mental health services as well as social service opportunities in the community. The two things that we are looking to do differently into next school year is to really evaluate our impact report through an implementation plan with our principals, social workers, behavior task force, everybody who can really help us get a bigger impact for the referral system. But the other thing is that CareSolace would be taking the place of partnering for prevention, which is something that Dr. Zare can maybe speak a little bit more about. But CareSolace can serve as the referral source for families who had previously used partnering for prevention. So trying to leverage our partnership with CareSolace to take on that role as well. So Dr. Zare and I met with CareSolace to ensure that they could, in fact, support that need. And we'll be meeting with the rep again in 2 weeks to talk about an implementation plan that is feasible for our district so that we can see more referrals and bigger impact. We do evaluate the impact reports annually, but at this point, we would be looking to bring forward a one-year contract. So now I'll go back to you.
The next contract I wanted to highlight for an annual contract is Cognitive Connections, which is Executive Functioning Professional Learning. So we go ahead and send annually out a professional learning survey to our staff, as well as talk with our building administration on some needs, and executive functioning came as a top priority across the board in both of those groups. And so we have a contract before you to partner with Cognitive Connections, who is one of the gurus in that area. They have their authors are both presenters, and we are going to partner with them for $15,000, $300, or $15,300 to leverage our Title II funding, which comes from our professional development funds from the state, from the federal level, to help provide all of our staff some baseline understanding of what executive functioning is. We would do that on the first and or second institute day, and then have follow-up trainings for them on the 2 early releases in the fall. And then there's also some embedded coaching support for our administrators, our instructional coaches, and our special education case managers to help them be able to support our staff as we continue. And so we have that contract before you as well this evening. The next one we have is Hatching Results, which is connected to our Portrait of a Learner and our Future Ready goals from our strategic plan. This is a one-year partnership with Hatching Results aimed at really supporting our counselors at the high school. We are very fortunate to have counselors at our high school, and we know that we need to do some work to align our system to ensure that all students have a 4-year planning and they have those different multi-year college and career frameworks. And so what Hatching Results will do is partner with our counselors as well as our high school administration in order to help build their capacity and align some consistency in services so that all kids have that consistent opportunity to have that counseling and that support for their 4-year planning. And so we're excited to engage in that conversation with Hatching Results. They are a reputable, well-known organization to be able to help support that. And some of our counselors actually were able to do a webinar session with them over the last Institute Day and found great value in that conversation. And so we're excited to partner with them in that for this next school year. And then the last one I have under the annual options is letters. And so I'm going to toss that to Dr. Gill. So we have been looking for tools, instructional tools and instructional strategies to give or to put in the hands of our special educators for quite some time. We have partnered with the SLD project for 2 years at this point. The SLD project is a technical assistance support center funded by grants through the state of Illinois, through ISB, to really promote special education using evidence-based practices. And they have offered us an opportunity to train our own staff in letters, which is a research-based instructional practices and tools to ensure that our teachers can give the very best instruction in their classes to teach literacy skills, writing skills, and know what strategies will best serve our students with disabilities. So that is a new to us contract. Yeah. Do you have any questions on the annual contracts right now before I jump to the multi-year ones that we just highlighted?
Yes, just an educational question.
Yeah.
Just so I understand better. For the most part, are we confident all these grants are going to come to fruition?
As of right now, yes, they have been able to fund it the last, I don't want to jinx it, but we've been able to have funding even, we have not had funding in the last 10 years, I know for sure, if not more. So there has been funding for that.
Okay, and overall, with all these changes, are we increasing our budget substantially or about a wash?
Overall, we are actually decreasing our learning and innovation budget overall, and so this is, we've gone ahead and taken into account, I actually have a list of just different tools that we're not using, and so we do not see an increase, we actually see a decrease in our budget for next year, even with all this in there.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's a great question. Thank you.
I had a question about the CareSolid contract. I appreciate you, Dr. Gill, sharing your meeting with them and getting an impact report. The question I have is, well, for us to state this up front, I think it's absolutely essential for us to be able to link students, staff, families with community resources that exist to help support their needs. The question I have regarding the CareSolid is more so, maybe even for them, is, you know, what data can they provide us to show that their service is doing what it's supposed to do, which is actually linking them with services, versus, you know, the common approach could be just contact your insurance company and find out who they're paid for. Or nowadays, you could use AI and say, what services provide substance use services in my area? And we just saved $30,000 by doing that. That said, rather than say, like, scrap it completely, it sounds like you're proposing here, is there that opportunity to get data on utilization from the perspective of, we refer a student or a family member to Care Solace, and to confirm whether or not they actually were linked with the services that they needed, versus we gave them the referral to Care Solace, and they didn't connect to that service at all. But it was like, we checked the box, we gave them the referral, but didn't actually intend what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, so we do have the ability to get that data, and we do look at that. It's an impact report that they provide to us. So we can tell you the number of families who end up in care based on the referral that came through Care Solace. We also have reports on how many, for example, anonymous searches that our community, so staff, students, maybe parents, just engage in to try to search for a provider. And to your point, yes, I think we have to have some benchmark for what it is we're trying to measure, which is impact. And the only other piece of it that I'll share with you is that oftentimes when we're making the referral and handing this, we call it a warm handoff, right? We hand it off, to Care Solace to connect with the family. It's typically because the family is in need of that connection, and it may be for them not the time that they can reach out to their own insurance company and try to figure out what's available to them. The idea behind it is that Care Solace will take some of that lift away from families who happen to be in a situation where maybe that is not the right time for them to be able to navigate that. That said, we're learning more about Care Solace and the impact. I think for next year in particular, our advantage in looking at continuing the partnership really comes with, that, trying to figure out how are we making such an impact, but B, how does it help us with kind of taking the place of partnering for prevention, which is another cost that we had as a district, and I think it serves the same purpose. So I think we're pretty confident after meeting with them that they can serve that purpose for us without paying two people to do that work. So, but absolutely feel that the implementation plan that we have with Care Solace includes measure of impact, and I think those reports can certainly be shared more regularly so that you can see them anytime. I can print them anytime, but also if we have a solid implementation plan, then we should see more families to care because we can look at it, we can measure it. But I appreciate the question. I think it's the right question. I think simultaneously we're trying to make sure that if families need access to services, that they have them. It's hard to keep up with what's available in the community, but we're trying to be as creative as possible, and we've used our family engagement liaison to try to pull together resources. We're going to continue to do that, but it's important that our principals know, that our administrators know, that our counselors and social workers know this is the tool, or these are the resources. And until we have a really solid community-specific resource like that, Care Solace is the best option that we have at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Yeah, just to add to that, appreciate that. The key here, and I think you completely understand this, is the service working as it's intended to, versus we don't want to be in a place where we're just measuring the handoff, but measuring the actual link and connect to services. And I think some of that, of course, is the district's responsibility, but I also see some of this being Care Solace's responsibility. Okay, how effective is justify your service? How effective is this in linking families? So I appreciate it. Thanks, Dr. Gill.
You're welcome.
I'm going to piggyback on that, so thank you for asking that question, Mr. Bobby, because that was leading into, my question as well. I remember when we sat here a year ago, kind of discussing this Care Solace contract as well, and I thought we were going to maybe try to find a way for us to manage this in-house. And I understand if we're not ready, if we're not at that place yet, but my question, I think, is then, why wouldn't we use something like our county services, like the McHealth app? I mean, that is free. We have our McHenry County Health Board that offers a wide variety of services that are for free. There was a town hall tonight. Obviously, I couldn't attend that because I was here at this meeting, but the mental health board has come a long way, and that is a free service. So why wouldn't we support families in utilizing something like the McHealth app and going to the county? Because we can only take families so far. We can put that hand up, but I don't think we're making those phone calls to set up those initial appointments, and just making sure that we take advantage of what our county has to offer, what our taxpayers are paying for that is offered for people within the community. So that's kind of my first comment there. Then as I look at this and I see we're anticipating a separate plan that would come forward for random drug testing, and do we have any idea as to what that cost will be, and why we would continue on with that? I know, Dr. Zier, you and I had a phone call when you were kind of looking into some things. Are we even required to have the drug testing? And is it something where we could buy our own test kits to utilize when we want it, like for athletics?
I'm intended to Dr. Zier for the second question that you have, but to speak to the first, I think it's both, right? We are utilizing community resources and working on developing something that is more robust, and that would be in the hands of all of our social workers. But we are not ready to give that, a comprehensive list out in the way that I think we are envisioning it, which is to say, here is every local resource we have available. We're in the process of building that, but that takes time and resources and the people to help build that and keep up with it. So I do want to make sure that is something that we are continuing to work on. So I would say, yes, we are not yet ready to swap out that, comprehensive list of resources. But we do provide those resources to families. It's just not as universally understood, and we're trying to build that. It does take time and resource to do that, and we will continue to make every effort to build that. Okay? Yes. Thank you.
Just to answer a couple questions on the random drug testing, while not required by IHSA, we do have it in our board policy currently. So right now, I'm working with a company that does some mobile drug testing, so it's kind of a use as you go, so you can set your own budget. And we did meet with that company a couple of months ago, so still working through some things. They work with some universities, UIC, Northwestern, some other high schools over east of us. So I'm still working through that. We're setting a budget for about $7,000 to $8,000 for the year for that.
That's a significant decrease from how we're partnering for prevention.
So there's some more information to come on that, Melissa, hopefully in the next couple of months. Got an email into them, just trying to iron out what all that would look like, but we bring something forward to you all hopefully before the school year gets started, so we have that resource.
I appreciate it, Dr. Gill. Thank you very much. And Dr. Gill, thank you for your answer. And I completely understand. We're not ready to make that transition over, fair enough, as long as we are continuing with our commitment to not have to rely on Care Solace and be able to send families to our local resources that are available for us. Thank you.
So I'll move to the multi-year contracts. With that, these are all renewals, basically, of what we have done before, but multi-year contracts the board does need to approve because we're engaging in a multi-year contract, not just an annual one. And so the first one is Common Lit, which is our curriculum that we utilize at the middle school level for literacy. And so we would like to renew our multi-year partnership with Common Lit to ensure our teachers and students have access to the curriculum. We also have Delta Math, which we are renewing a multi-year partnership with Delta Math, which provides grades 6 to 12 with some math practice, and also helps them be able to get more additional practice with the course concepts. This came about as Carnegie Learning, which we are still utilizing Carnegie Learning as our math curriculum. We found a gap a couple of years ago where there wasn't enough practice for students to do the homework and be able to have that practice to feel that they solidified the skills. So Delta Math does fill that gap for us. The third multi-year contract we have on here is GradeCam. This is an online assessment platform that our secondary teachers use. We've been in an annual platform as we used to use Otis, if you remember that, when it was on the board. And we transitioned to GradeCam a couple of years ago, and we wanted to not go into a multi-year contract until we ensured that it was a tool that teachers found to be useful. And we are going to go ahead and commit to a multi-year partnership, which does give you a little bit of cost savings typically when you do a multi-year contract, and it helps our teachers know that we're not going to change something on them. The fourth one we have on here is IXL. This has been a tool that we've been leveraging with our intervention students the last couple of years, and then this year our literacy and our math teachers have been utilizing it at the middle school level, and so this contract is to go into a multi-year partnership with them to allow the adaptive practice. It is replacing Freckle. Freckle is Renaissance Star's platform that we have been using at different grade levels. And so this tool we found to be better for the 6th through 12th grade level. It's more standards aligned, it's aligned to our curriculum. And so we want to use the tools that are, we're working smarter, not harder with. And so this is a good replacement. The fifth one on here is Music Play Online. This is a multi-year partnership for online music lesson access for our K-5 teachers in the elementary school. They've been using it for multiple years, but it gives them, it has videos, it has fun lessons, interdisciplinary options, and it stays pretty relevant with what's going on in the world. And so teachers like to have this as a tool to be able to utilize. And then the last one we have is Renaissance Star, which does serve as our universal screener for all of our students from kinder through 12th grade for reading, math, our benchmarking, as well as some Spanish literacy. And so we've been a partner with Renaissance Star for, I want to say 4 or 5 years, and so we're engaging in an additional 3-year contract with them to be able to continue to track the progress of our students and show some trends in how we need to support our Tier 2, Tier 3, and our enriched students. And so tonight, what we have before you after that was just a table that has all the different contracts that we do partner with annually, as well as multi-year, a description of them, if they were a renewal or if they were new. We also had added a column with that return on investment. Ms. Lombard has been really helping us as a cabinet team and administrative team to think about every tool that we're using and are we getting what we should be getting out of it, and is it making an impact on students? And so we started to track that, as well as the total projected cost, and then if we're using local dollars or grant dollars. So Mr. Ruth, you had asked about our budget, and so we have already anticipated these costs into our projected budget with Mr. Altmeyer. We do not see an increase in need. We actually have decreased quite a few tools with our teachers annually over the last couple of years and this year. We make some tough decisions sometimes on just usage of tools. So one example right now I can tell you is Lexia is a tool that some of our elementary teachers are using, but not everyone is using it. And so it's tough to want to support a contract that is so, it's a big dollar amount, but we're not all using it. And so that is one that is coming off of our books next year. And so we make those decisions all the time in order to make sure we're fiscally responsible in utilizing the tools that students and staff are using consistently. And so tonight, our ask is to move forward with the multi-year contracts to for your consent agenda, as well as some of those annual ones that were new ones that we have highlighted already. And then all the other contracts that are on here are for your informational purposes, just so that you can see the different tools that we use. And with that, we'll take any questions or comments.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Gill, Dr. Gill and Dr. McCutcheon?
Yeah, for, in spirit, for the various curriculums this year, in the spirit of what the students were just sharing, is it, and this is not to throw you off, with these curriculums, is it possible to create gamification as the students are asking for versus the than a PowerPoint presentation of just walking through the presentation, you just take notes. So do they all lend that opportunity to gamify?
So the word all is something I just want to, it doesn't say all, because you know, but what they're talking about are really instructional practices. So it's really about what's the professional learning our teachers have in regards to engagement for students. And so gamification is one example. In their student presentation that you guys did, they gave lots of examples of real world experiences. You had, I'm trying to think what the, I'm trying to go to the four corners. They were, Nico.
Student voice and choice.
Thank you, student voice and choice.
Real world connection.
Mm-hmm.
Game-based learning.
I know, I can't think of the fourth one. We'll think of it in a second. But what we would say is that we want to make sure that our teachers have they're equipped with the strategies to incorporate those types of engaging strategies with these tools. And yes, you can. You know, instead of a PowerPoint, maybe it's going to be, we're going to show you the PowerPoint, but then get up and talk and do an activity together, or let's do a game afterwards to figure out what that is, or give kids some choice in which one they want to read or which activity they want to do, or that kind of thing. So we're going to really focus on that, and you'll see that coming through in the professional learning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The last one was hands-on learning.
Thank you. How could we forget that one? Hands-on learning is very important.
I had a quick question. This is on the automatic renewals. I'm looking at Goldbook, Dr. Gill. Can you speak a little bit on Goldbook? I know this is a contract that renews every year. And does Goldbook come up with new goals? I think to myself, when we have this program and we're utilizing it, why do we need to keep?
So it's not just about, thank you for the question, and we've determined, we've actually reduced like the number of licenses we use through Goldbook, because we now have a targeted group of folks who are really using the tool. But it's meant to help our staff not only generate goals that are aligned with the standards and the individual student, but also to create, help them identify and create SDI, which is specially designed instruction, aligned with the goals. And so really that's the primary focus right now for all of our special education staff, is how the goals then define what it is we're doing. You know, special education is really about specially designed instruction. So the goals help drive that for teachers. So we're really working hard on making sure we're doing the very best SDI. So that's the connection.
Yep, okay. So we've narrowed it down to really what we
Very
need
small, yeah.
out of Goldbook.
Exactly.
Rather than have, because I'm
Yeah, I
looking at
wanna
this and
say
I'm
it used to
please
be-
don't tell me we still need help.
No. But also we do want to make sure that our goals are very good. But no, I think, I want to say the year I came in, we were almost $90,000 worth of Goldbook, and we've really limited the use, and their product has changed too. So I think as AI has been introduced to so many products, there are some ways that they can, you know, use AI to help design prompts at grade level. There's so many different ways, but we just want to really be careful with who's using it, when, and how. But
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions? All right, hearing no other questions, we will move that to the consent agenda on May 21st. And then we will move to item 9, the Special Education Committee with Mr. Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. Peckety. All right, number 9, Special Education Committee. I'll pass this on to Dr. Gill.
So I've got just two things for you. You should have two memos in front of you. One is a request for us to consider engaging in an intergovernmental agreement with Park School, which is a therapeutic day school in Skokie or in Evanston. So our federal law mandates that we provide our students with a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. That's the federal law that guides our practice. We have a wide range of supports and services that can be offered to students based on their needs. And for the most part, those services can be provided here in our district. We're very proud of the number of programs and the students that we service here in our district, but there are times that we do need to consider an out-of-district placement, because it is a step along the continuum for some of our students with the most complex of needs. And so Park School offers some opportunities for some of our students with those complex needs, and we would like to engage in an intergovernmental agreement with them so that we can utilize their services for placement for at least one of our students. So that is the first memo. Any questions on that?
One small question. Seeing how that is quite a distance from here, does that provide or present any transportation challenges?
No, other than we need to assign drivers. We do provide transportation to all of our students with off campus, but we do our very best always to limit the distance. But the decision is made with an IEP team. Parents is involved in that, and so always considering pros and cons.
Yeah.
But we must provide transportation, and we always have.
Now, it's more of a lot of time in traffic. It's not the coordination of the transportation, it's more of the, gosh, that's a long time for a student to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, and sometimes that is, sometimes it comes down to wish we had some of these programs closer to our community. And when we don't, I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to engage in that for our families. So it's very rare for us to have a school that we're utilizing over an hour away.
Right.
But when we do, it's because we really need to for our students.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I guess my question is, if you can, obviously without disclosing the student information or anything like that, if you can just educate me on what this process looked like and how this program was selected for this student.
Well, the process for determining off-campus placement happens at an IEP meeting when we look at the students' present levels of performance. How are they doing academically, functionally? What services do they need? Anything from their actual instruction to their related service, maybe paraprofessional support, equipment, medical. There's a number of services. So depending on the student's needs, we consider at least 3 placement options anytime we come together as an IEP team to talk about placement. Fundamentally, we always have to answer the question, would this be the student's least restrictive environment so they have access to their education? And so traditionally, a lot of people think about the least restrictive environment as just the general education setting. So for students who have complex medical needs, hearing impairment, vision impairment, medical, diagnoses that require very specialized and targeted instruction and resources that might not be available in the public schools, the least restrictive environment wouldn't be the general education setting because they couldn't access their learning. And so least restrictive is determined at the IEP team table to say, how can we provide the most access to this student so that they can receive their free and appropriate public education? So the answer to the question is always very individualized. It happens at the IEP team table. And then once a decision is made that, for example, a student requires services that can't be delivered here in their public home school, and we would consider an off-campus placement facility, then we do a search for a facility that can provide the services. So each facility, whether they are private therapeutic or public therapeutic, each school is has a process that they're approved through ISB to say that they can take students with certain eligibility criteria. So not every public school or private school is the same. They can't all take the same eligibility. So for example, some of our public or private therapeutic day schools are equipped to take students with autism. Others are not approved for that. So we have to look at all of that search criteria. And once we determine all of the available schools, we tour with families and we make recommendations. We send referral packets. The therapeutic day school responds to us to let us know if they have room, if they can accept the student, if they can meet the student's needs. When that is then accepted, then we would make that actual decision to engage in a contract with that school. So it's a pretty comprehensive process. Very important to me and to us in the district is meaningful parent participation in that process. I don't ever want a parent to be surprised that therapeutic day school might be a discussion or a recommendation. And so we make every effort to ensure families have that information, that they tour schools so that they get a good idea of what school is being recommended. And like I said, we have a very small percentage of students who are educated in an off-campus placement facility compared to the state, which is currently at 6.9%. Our school is at 3.4% of our students. So that's the process. I don't know if that's helpful, or if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
No, that's helpful. It just, I think to Mr. Freud's point as well, it just feels like Evanston Skokie is very far, and that's a lot of time to spend in transportation, potentially going to and from. And I know that there are other therapeutic facilities that are closer, and so I just, obviously, I don't want to disclose the student information, but I don't know if,
I can assure you that we have exhausted all of the options, and that this opportunity for us as a district is to ensure that the student who needs this service is afforded the opportunity to attend.
Understood. Okay.
And that's, I understood that completely. It was more of the, oh my gosh, that's such a long drive for a student to sit in a vehicle.
In 100% of cases, when we're talking about any transportation off campus, whether it's to Elgin or to Skokie, the conversation about transportation and the pros and cons of placement decisions are part of the conversation, for sure.
Thank you.
I just want to add to back Dr. Gill on this, is that, one, you're asking the right questions, Mr. Troy, Mr. Peckety. Back what you're saying, Dr. Gill, I trust that your team did do a thorough review of what's available.
Yeah.
And I get back Dr. Gill in that there is a significant shortage of therapeutic day schools in the state of Illinois that can meet students who have complex needs. And so it doesn't, sadly, it is an unfortunate situation that it's going to be an hour and a half to 2 hour drive or commute. If that's all that's available, sadly, it does not shock me, knowing that the state of Illinois has very limited resources when it comes to kids that have highly complex needs. So just back to you, Dr. Gill.
I just want to be very clear that I was not
I
questioning or criticizing Dr. Gill, and I don't want that to be the interpretation.
I was not offended by the questions. I think your questions are the right questions, and I appreciate that everyone is eager to understand it. I think it's a really important process for us to understand. It's a cost in time, it's a cost in dollars. They're the right questions. I want everybody to have that information. Never afraid to answer questions. My only challenge is I'll talk too much about it. So if you're ever interested in talking or exploring that further, please let me know. I'm happy to do that. Not offended at all. Thanks.
I do have one quick question. Oh,
So I was going to say any other questions?
Yeah. So it's probably a little bit two-part, and maybe it would be yourself and Mr. Altmeyer that would answer. The cost is in the exhibit. There's no exhibit, so I don't know what the cost is, but can we speak on what, just for the community, our reimbursement, what do we get reimbursed from the state? Is there a percentage? You're loving me right now.
Well, we wish it was a really consistent number. It's not, unfortunately. That's our categorical reimbursement,
right?
Which is for private facility and primarily on the transportation, special ed, and regular transportation claims. Historically, we were getting 80 to 90% reimbursement after, you go through the reimbursement calculation, which you back out 2 times per cap. And so 2 times per cap is approximately, say, $14,000 or $15,000. That's the cost that is backed out, so $30,000. So if we're paying $75,000, $80,000 for a private facility, and it could be in that range very easily, you would back out $30,000, and we'd be eligible for a $50,000 reimbursement. But we have heard that the state of Illinois, and we've seen the state of Illinois, that proration of what they can afford to pay in that reimbursement has been going down each and every year, and it may dip down to 50% of that number. So we may, in that instance, for instance, only collect, say, $25,000 on a $80,000 private facility cost. As an example. And that's unfortunately some of the challenges that we're dealing with at the state level as well.
Yeah, and I would say, I think that one really important piece for us to think about is, it is why we are so committed to making sure that we have self-contained programs here in our district that support the most complex needs. So when we're talking about, and we're really just so proud of those programs and the development that's happening, because we do support the majority of our students here in their home district. It is a cost benefit to us to do that, to invest in our self-contained programs and our program development in the way that we are, because there are many districts who are, you know, when you look at the percentage of students who are educated off campus, it is significantly higher than us here in our district. We've been able to maintain our student placements, and there are just times where we know that we need to reach out to other placements. So I think we're very mindful of that, and we track that, but those are the right questions, and it's why I think we're just so proud of the program development that we're engaging in.
Yeah, and I just think it's important for, you know, the board to kind of understand that it's not that dollar for dollar reimbursement.
Correct.
Mr. Troy and I heard a lot about this at Advocacy Day, and in talking with representatives, and there was a lot of advocacy for the mandated categorical and increasing that funding. So while Mr. Troy and I may have that kind of fresh on the brain, it's good for the rest of the board to hear it, and the community to hear it, and to really understand kind of some of the things that we're up against in terms of our reimbursement and what that means. That doesn't take away from the needs of a student. That, not at all. That's not where I'm going with this at all. It's just about understanding the impacts to the district.
Yeah, that way you can advocate and ask. Yeah, we would love some more funding, please. And thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I'm done. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Gill? And I'll just, more of a comment, I'll just also add to your point, Dr. Gill. One, commend the district, in trying to serve as many students within the district. And even looking at these contracts too, I can see that there's a lot of effort, whether it be contracts tied to Easter Seals or Visions, to help support students in our district versus trying to just simply say, okay, we can't serve the students, and they've transitioned to an outside school, but it sounds like we're putting a lot of effort and work into that.
Yes, and that respect goes out to those teachers who are doing that work every day, because they really are benefiting from the contract that you are talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
All right. Is the committee okay with moving this recommendation forward to the consent agenda? Yes. Okay.
I do have one other item, which is really just more of an announcement we make publicly every year, which is that because we receive federal dollars through our IDEA grant, we are required to provide the public with what's called a timely and meaningful consultation, or TMC meeting, with any private schools or students who are homeschooled in our area. We don't have any private schools in our district, but we do have students who are homeschooled. The state of Illinois recognizes homeschooled students as students who are in private school. And so we, every year, publicly provide notice to families that we will have a virtual meeting. Our meeting is scheduled for next week, May 20th, from 5 to 6, so that any family who is providing homeschooling to their child can attend and participate in our discussion around how we would spend the proportionate share of dollars of our IDEA grant to support those families. Really more of an announcement. I share that annually here, and we post it in the paper, and then we host the meeting virtually.
Do families take advantage of that? I mean, historically,
very few.
Okay.
Yeah, so my year one, I had 0 participants. Last year, we had 1 family, which is great. And this year, I hope to have a couple more. But we don't have a ton of families who are homeschooling, and also then, the idea is that it protects any students who have a suspected disability or disability. So all of those factors have to be true, in order for them to receive proportionate shared benefits, so.
So are homeschool students entitled to?
Yes, sure, yes. We make that decision every year based on our proportionate shared dollars, right?
Okay.
So, we report to the state the number of students with suspected disability. We report those to the state, and then they dedicate a proportion of our grant dollars. And then we have to decide, how do we want to use those? We have historically used those dollars, to support students with their related service. And so then, based on how many dollars we have and the number of students, we would then provide related services. And we write that in something called an ISP, which is an individualized service plan, versus an IEP. But it is a guarantee to families who are homeschooling, and if their child has a disability, that there is access to some type of support.
So would it be, our staff members that go and provide those services, or would that be contracted out?
No, we provide them here in the district with our personnel. And so we've typically done it where we schedule families to come into the school and receive services. So, for example, if their home school is McCaven, they would go to McCaven and receive, if it's 30 minutes a week of social work or 30 minutes a week of speech with the speech therapist or the social worker there on campus.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for sharing that.
Any other questions for Dr. Gill on the timely, meaningful consultation of us? All right, so we'll move forward the recommendation for Park School to consent agenda.
Yep.
And with that, I'm going to pass to Mr. Grady, Finance Committee.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gill.
10.1, monthly fiscal updates, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. Only a few things to note. One of the items is did not make the memo when the memo was written. But I do want to touch upon Skyward, because Skyward is obviously a very huge part of what we are doing in fiscal and HR. We're on our third payroll. Everything is going to be honest, great. Our payroll team loves it. We are getting more used to processing each and every day. So good things are happening there. On the finance side, we have rolled over all of our March data from the SDS system into Skyward, but that is not scheduled to go into the new system until the end of this month. So at the end of this month, beginning of June, we will be closing the 2 months of April as well as May. And I tell you that because the executive summary report for the month of April will look very different. It'll look like whatever we can get out of the Skyward system without having to go through a close. So it will be somewhat abbreviated, but we will walk through that next month. So I did want to give you that update. Other things, other good news, we would like to celebrate. I did mention to the board, I think several maybe months ago, we were leveraging our relationship with District 300, and we talked about partnering on diesel fuel and gasoline. And they extended their current contract with Al Warren Oil. We use a company called Blue Petroleum. So we had both of those companies come in and met with both of them, our current provider as well as Al Warren. And leveraging that relationship that we have with District 300 as well as with Al Warren and Blue Petroleum, we were able to get our current provider to actually solidify and lock in at the same pricing that we would have had if we did go out to bid with District 300. So that is very good news for us. We don't have to switch out our 2,500 gallon tanks in the back. Pricing has gone in effective immediately. That improved pricing is about a 10 to 15% better pricing than what we were currently receiving. But as you know, we've all been to the gas pump. You know, I'd rather have 10 or 15% off a lower price any day than the prices we're currently paying today. So, but the good news is we are seeing better pricing on the diesel as well as the gasoline side. So did want to share that good news with Blue Petroleum. So that's great. And then lastly, next month we will be sharing with the board the changes that we are recommending regarding the fundraiser administrative procedures. So we have talked about that in the past, and we're working with the high school to finalize those for you. We'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the revenue contracts in one of these upcoming agenda items. I do have another item update, and that is the Health Insurance Committee met yesterday, and we met with the co-op, the NIHIP, Northern Illinois Health Insurance Pool co-op. But I will provide that update as part of the revenue and expenditure plan update, which is coming up here maybe next. Other than that, there's no other update to the fiscal memo. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Altmeyer, I have a quick question. With the reports on Skyward now, I'll be honest, I'm missing descriptions and account numbers. Is there any way to get those back onto the report?
On the payable reports?
Even the, like, disbursement all,
Yeah, so those are the payable reports.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as I mentioned in the last, in the last month that we presented, we're continuing to work with Skyward to tweak, and get those in a more favorable, viewing report. Let me say it that way. I think the last time we presented the payables report, they were in purchase number order, and they were really hard to find anything if you were searching for a vendor. We have since been able to get those reports in alphabetical order, so that's good news. But we are continuing to work over the next several months with Skyward, to right-size, if we can, some of those reports. So we will continue to do that. So I do appreciate your input on that.
so that is something that we're hoping to see are those descriptions and that account numbers.
Yes, it's kind of like a work in process, right? As we
Fair
go
enough.
through this, we're learning the system for the first time. A lot of what you're seeing are their canned reports. And now we're gonna have to go in and customize a lot of those canned reports. We were able to customize the previous reports to get them to what you're looking at in alphabetical order, but we still have a little more work to do, for
Right,
sure.
and I appreciate that, and I respect it. I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't the final product that we were looking for, because I was like, I'm
Yeah,
really
that would not
missing
be
some
our
information
intent,
on that.
for sure.
Okay, thank you.
We're now on to payables. Unless anybody has a question on the fiscal.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the committee if they had any questions. Okay. 10.2.
No further update on the payables. I think we just kind of addressed that with Mariana.
Any other questions on the payables? 10.3, revenue and expenditures report.
Thank you. In front of you, you have the first quarter ended calendar year, March 2026 financial executive summary. Looking at a net operating year-to-date of approximately $2.7 million deficit, primarily driven by timing of revenues, on the property tax side, a little bit on the federal side as well on the reimbursement side. So those should right size as we get closer to year end. And then the majority, a lot of that net operating deficit is driven by, health insurance. So if we look at page 2, we did have over the last 3 months from a total claims paid standpoint, March came in at about 1.4 million versus 1.1 million for January and February. What I did want to update the board on is we did receive claims for the month of April. And there still may be a floating invoice that we're yet to get here for the first week of May for April. But claims have spiked for that month to about $2.4 million. Largest claim month we've ever had. So that's not good news. To compound that bad news, just within the past few days, Blue Cross Blue Shield had reached out to us, the district, as well as our broker, to let us know that there's going to be an additional invoice that we get next month pertaining to the month. Well, it'll be a June invoice to be paid. Really, we'll recognize it in the month of May. But it is for claims for the month of January and February that were not billed to the district, to the tune of approximately, and I have yet to see this invoice or the detail, $2 million. This is not good. And the question is, why, right? Well, why are we receiving an invoice 3, 4, or 5 months after those claims were incurred? Well, we have a plan year. Our plan year we're currently in plan year calendar year 2026. And for plan year 2025, we made some minor plan changes. Our HMO plan changed a little bit. And when our plans changed, they actually changed numbers in their Blue Cross Blue Shield system. And so they're calling these, and it might even say this on the invoice, is the run-out claims. So a run-out claim is if there are claims in the months of November or December under the previous plan year 2025, and then there's a plan year change or a plan change to a different plan, well, that plan kind of went in limbo in their billing system. Our old plan went in limbo. So for instance, if you have knee surgery as an example in the month of December, but in the month of January, you go back to see your doctor a few times to get checked on, and then all of a sudden you start going to PT to have physical therapy for that knee surgery. Well, those are all claims related to the initial claim. And so all of these are kind of the run-out claims that they're referring to, and obviously they're very, very material in nature pertaining to the previous plan. As we get more information, we will share it with the board. But this is clearly, we were already trending about $1 million over budget on health insurance. This is going to climb to 3, maybe 4. It's not good. It's part of the reason we have fund balance. That's obviously we have to state that. But it's going to make, it's going to challenge us a little more in FY27. Now, that being said, that's the bad news, for sure. That's the bad news. The good news is, well, we met with NIHIP, we met with the co-op yesterday, and the executive, or I should say the Health Insurance Committee, I would say was all very impressed. Mr. Ruth was there, Mr. Troy was on the call as well, and NIHIP, Northern Illinois Health Insurance Pool, came back with some really good information on what they could do for us. You know, they are clearly, you know, they deal with a pool of approximately 41 districts in the Collier County, all K through 12, very large districts, the majority of which are LUTA districts. They've been doing this for 40 plus years, the pool. They have had very few, if any, districts leave the pool over the last 10 years. They just continue to grow the size of that pool. They have an incredible expertise in the arena of the health districts, especially in the situation we're in. We also get to find out what other districts or what every other district are doing to manage, because we're all managing these health insurance issues together as a pool. They provide more flexibility for our employees, because we're looking at possibly, if we go with the co-op and the pool approach, we are looking at 4 different cost categories: single plus spouse, single plus children, and then family. That's something different than we have today. The pool enables us to maximize purchasing power to really reduce the cost of stop-loss insurance. That's a big one. That's a really big one for the cost savings. As well as the administration fee with Blue Cross Blue Shield would be significantly less than what we're paying today. And then there's other costs, savings from the administration standpoint on open enrollment. Today we pay for somebody to help us manage open enrollment in COBRA. Those things are part of the NIHIP plan and premiums that they would provide. They also provide the free biometric screenings that we're also paying for and doing today. So there's a lot of things that I think the Health Insurance Committee, we're all excited about. And so we did ask them to continue to move forward to provide us a final recommendation and quote as to what that would look like. And that will probably be in the month of June. We're hoping June, July. We're hoping June. And so we will certainly keep the board apprised. But we do believe, we absolutely believe right now that that is the right way to go, and that will bring could bring up to about 10% savings to the plan, mostly driven by fixed cost savings. So wanted to share that with the board because that is a direction we need to go. We also had significant conversations, well, not significant, but we had conversations. We, as a health insurance committee, definitely need to come back together and make sure that we are understanding the benefits that we are currently providing. and what is driving a lot of these increases in costs. We do have a lot of large claimants, make no mistake. The majority of what we're seeing here is we have a lot of large claimants, unfortunately, members that are sick, that really need some help, more than many other districts. But there's other things we can do to bring some of these costs down as well. And so we as a committee need to come together to make sure that we do that and for the plan and for the betterment of, for all the employees that are part of the plan as well. So did want to update the board on those few things as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can, on any of those items or the March financial executive summary.
Questions from the committee?
I just want to echo and concur with his observations on the health insurance program. We should go forward with it.
Would we reach any like caps now that we have those invoices in January, March, February?
That's really, yeah, so we do have a stop loss. Well, we have stop loss insurance, so hopefully stop loss credits are already reflected as part of that invoice that's going to be coming to us. So that part of what we will have to do is audit that invoice, if you will. But there is something also called the aggregate stop loss. And if you recall, a few years ago, the district exceeded the aggregate stop loss. So what is the aggregate stop loss? Well, we not only have a stop loss so that if one single claimant exceeds $200,000 of claims in a given year, we have insurance to say we will cover up to the first $200,000, but we have insurance that says, well, Blue Cross Blue Shield will pick up the rest. And so over the years, right, we have actually won on that insurance. Our insurance premium has been less than what we have benefited as a result of that stop loss insurance. As part of that stop loss insurance, there's also aggregate stop loss insurance, which caps it at 15% above a given dollar amount. So in other words, if our pool is estimated to be at $20 million, we have stop loss insurance that says, hey, take that 20 million times 115%. That's our aggregate. And if we exceed that, any claims that come in above the aggregate will be reimbursed by Blue Cross Blue Shield. So the question that Ms. Murray is asking is a very good question. If with these additional costs, we go above the aggregate at year end, when they audit the plan at the end of the calendar year end 2026, because it's based on a calendar year end, not a fiscal year end, it's based on the plan year, we would receive a reimbursement for the amount above the aggregate. So, and only being 6 months into the year, right, as of June 30th, with these additional costs, we won't know where we stand on the aggregate until December 31st, approximately.
Would it
And then they do their audit, and then we would generally find out around February to March if we exceed the aggregate and we're eligible for a reimbursement.
and these are December's though, you said?
The $2 million invoice that we're supposed to be receiving next month is related to January and February, related to claims in the previous plan year. That's why they call it a run out, the run out claims. It's a little complicated, but there are claims. There absolutely are claims. They're just related to things that happened in the previous plan year.
Right, I think that's what Mrs. Bird's asking, because it's last calendar year when we hit that aggregate.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And I don't think so because they were incurred and paid for by Blue Cross and us in January and February. So there's still plan year 2026 claims, just part of a different Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO plan.
As soon as we get this, we will be auditing it very, very closely.
Yeah, we will
to make
definitely be
sure.
reviewing it to understand what is on there and make sure that all of the members, all of the employees that are on that list are in fact our employees, as an example.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, or I guess supplemental thought on that. When you talk about a rollover from, let's say, a surgery in December, then we get to January, but shouldn't new deductibles and out-of-pockets kick in or do it? So
They, and they
is that
do.
not being factored in?
No, that's
and
absolutely being factored in. Well, we'll have to ask that question, but that is absolutely
My brain
being
went that
factored.
because it was the surgery and it was a follow-up doctor appointment or a follow-up MRI with surgery that was in December, well, we've all been through that. It's like, oh, it's January, oh, everything starts over again with my out-of-pocket and
Correct, and
deductible.
certainly that is all managed by Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's why we pay over $400,000 a year for the administration of the plan. So I would absolutely hope that is happening. I don't think based on review of invoices, we see that. We don't see that level of detail of deductibles coming out of claims and invoices being submitted to Blue Cross Blue Shield. That all happens behind the scenes. We never get to see that level of detail of claims per person, which is probably a good thing for HIPAA purposes.
But in this case, would you be able to verify and monitor that we are not paying for something that should have gone to an out-of-pocket or deductible? You'll be able to see that, correct?
That's the HIPAA component.
Yeah, that's probably not, but we will ask that question. It's a very good question
Making
to
sure
ask.
we're not just being double billed or that we're double dipping that the.
Yeah, especially in
staff
this
member-
situation. What some companies do on occasion is they will actually bring in an outside vendor to audit Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Or a broker.
Yeah.
We can work with our broker too.
Yeah, but they would then hire somebody on the outside who has experience of literally going in and auditing every single claim throughout the year to make sure that from an administrative standpoint, we're not double paying, as well as the things that you're referring to, deductibles and things of that nature. Their system is actually working. But that would be an audit process that we would have to go through. And a potential expense, yes. So I will continue to keep the board apprised on those items.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the revenue and expenditures report? Moving on to 10.4, we have 2 revenue contracts. Anything to add?
No, nothing really to add. I did want to mention, though, that, as part of working, working with the athletic directors and primarily over at the high school, obviously the hot topic lately has been crowdfunding. And we're making sure, we had previously discussed, sourcing one crowdfunding company that all of our clubs and athletic programs would use. And we found that would be incredibly challenging. Number one, can one crowdfunding company do everything we need them to do? Rather, we're going down the road of we're no longer going to do business with a crowdfunding company if they don't really revenue share at a 20% or 25% rate. It's a little more easy to manage as long as they can do the things we need them to do. We're not willing to give up 30% of a donation, or even 35 or 40% of a donation. Rather, we're going to hold a lot of our crowdfunding companies that we do business with by not allowing them to take more than we want them to take or what we feel that is reasonable. So as an example, you do have, I do believe, the football program in front of you. Yes, you do. And their revenue share is at 75%. And I do believe in prior year it was a little more than that. So we are continuing to work very hard with our crowdfunding companies. They know what we're expecting, and that will also be part of the administrative procedures that we're having, as well as the discussions that we have with coaches and to make sure that, fundraising, for instance, is not required. And the things that we do and communicate to our students so that they are very, that they understand that and they know that. So we will share that with you next month when we present that. So that's all I wanted to share on the revenue contracts with these two, so you kind of understood it a little more.
I know space is tight on these forms. Is it worthwhile having a line or a box that says minimum crowdsourcing revenue level is 75% or whatever the number turns out to be, just so it's transparent on the form, so by the time we get it, we don't have to keep asking the same question over over and over.
Well, yeah, we try, in the fiscal office, we work with all of the schools to make sure we're getting a copy of the contract. And so I'm reviewing a lot of these, I'm signing off on these.
Sure.
Before the board sees these. So, if it is crowdfunding, we could probably find a place for that. I think it would be a lot easier to review than flipping through sometimes 5 pages of contract. I will work with, Mrs. Woods to see, is she in the house today? Yes, she is. And if you ask Mrs. Woods, she could do anything.
Like I said, I know
No.
in form
So
space
we
gets
could
tighter
probably
and tighter all the time. You keep adding more things to it. But from our level, it might be worth just, that way it helps.
That's a nice add.
It helps us to view it concisely instead of, like you said, filtering through the small print. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I do have just a couple of questions, and I know you've got an update coming next month, so I will keep that in mind with my questions. When I look at the football fundraiser, we've got the agreement between Eppinger, further known as EC, doing business as Pro Level Fundraiser. And then, but towards the bottom, and I think that this is where my question lies with Protection for Us, it says that this agreement is governed by the laws in Arizona. Arizona law shall govern this agreement. So I just want to, I guess, as we move forward, given at your presentation, in the coming month or so, making sure that we are protected here in Illinois, again, with who's coming in and facilitating, that there's been background checks with people who are coming in, and making sure that we're, again, following 504s and IEPs for students and making sure that that's being covered. So I want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves and making sure that we are not inadvertently setting ourselves up to follow laws.
No, and I think that is a really good point. In fact, I was reviewing a contract earlier today for which we modify that all the time so that the laws are in the state of Illinois rather than where your company is located. And so working with our primary crowdfunding companies, we will absolutely moving forward. That is a really good point. Work with the high school and the middle schools as well, if appropriate, to make sure that if a coach, if an athletic director is going to sign an agreement, that we make some of those changes that we need to make. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I mean, I know this is a work in progress. I know this is a large undertaking. So it's, as you're having your discussions and meeting with the teams at high school, just things that we don't always think of everything. So when somebody brings up a point, it's just to be helpful and to make the best decisions for the students.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to Human Resources. Mr. Roof.
Thank you. I have nothing to report unless you have questions.
We went earlier, so we're all set.
All right, sounds like that's all done. Moving on to item 12 then becomes building and grounds. Mr. Lindquist, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
O&M update, please.
Just a few updates for the board. Number one, the Heinemann DX cooling replacement is still on track to start the week from May 25th. We did start our bi-weekly meetings with Midwest Mechanical this week, and everything's looking good shape for that project. Number two, the Chesapeake Chiller Service Agreement. We extended the agreement for another 3 years on the preventative maintenance of that chiller. They come out 4 times a year, make sure it's manufactured, preventative maintenance, make sure it's running. Number three, for the month of April, we had a record number of work orders come into the O&M department of 629 work orders, with the resolution time averaging around 4 days on that. So not too bad for that many of work orders that we got. I do have one more that's not on here, and the GSF robot floor scrubber at the high school has been wrapped, labeled. Dr. Beelen, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the school has named it Lightning McLean. So, and GSF is working on getting a name tag for it.
And a couple lightning bolt cycles.
Yeah,
Right, looks good.
Sweet, okay.
Any questions on the update?
Anything from the committee or the board?
More so, Mr. Lindquist, you said record number of work orders, so.
For April, for the month of April,
For the
yeah.
month of April. Anything unusual that led to it being record?
I'll be honest with you, pest control.
Oh,
So with the amount of rain we've had, it's been flushing the ants into the buildings. So, we did a barrier treatment around the buildings 2 weeks ago. Has been really helping out with those.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
So I do have one question as well. It's more on the DX Cool cooling unit. The one that we had installed previously, we've had no issues with it, everything's going well with that one?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything, so I presume that it's going well, but.
Knock on wood, because last time you said something, we got, what, 8 inches of snow, I think?
Okay, I'm calling for the zero here in May. That's why I timed the question the way I did, so that we don't have another snow.
Sorry, I have no more money in this.
I just a final calendar, so.
Anything else on the home note?
No, thank you.
Item 12.2, GSF USA 3-year contract extension, sir.
Yep, thank you. Just a little background on this contract. We started this partnership with GSF 3 years ago, June of 2023. It's coming to expire at the end of this month, May. Attached with this is their proposal for an extended 3-year contract. Same terms agreements, 3% or CPI, whichever is less during that contract year. For the raise or their extended raise. And the administration would like to move forward with the 3-year contract extension with GSF.
And we've obviously been pleased with their work.
Yeah.
They've been
I will be
knocking it
honest.
out of the park from what I understand.
This is probably the best custodial services I've seen in 15 years that I've been in the district.
Okay.
So it's been a great partnership.
And I remember part of that selection process, their interview
Yeah,
process.
that was-
So, I'm glad that things have worked out as well as they
Yep.
have.
Thank you. Any questions on that? I'd like to move forward.
Yeah.
To the,
Any questions from the committee on this?
I had a question. I'm not on the committee, but I have a question.
sir, fire?
Go ahead, I don't hear any other committee members. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I don't want to step on someone.
Yep.
I'm just curious, how many GSF employees, work in district, within our district?
On the top of my head, I don't have the exact number, but it's in the 40s.
Okay.
High 40s. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Anything else? Any objections from the committee for moving this forward?
No objection.
You're in. Okay, very good. Thank you, Freddie, sir.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, he's good as well. All right, we'll go ahead and move that forward then. Policy committee, legislation, Irina.
Thank you very much. So, here we have item number 13.1. We have some any legislative updates, Mr. Troy?
No, the legislative session, from what I understand, is winding down here at the end of May, so, there's no fireworks going on in Springfield from what I've read.
I just wanted to, and I left my notes at home on this, so I apologize, but I just wanted to bring it forward. There is a bill that is out there right now, it's HB 4536. It has passed the House and is going to the Senate with full support, so no challenge on that. And it is surrounding trauma-informed training for students that would amend the school code. So I apologize again, my notes are at home. I learned about it at the Illinois CASA conference that I was at last week. So I'll kind of bring my notes on that, but just it's going to be passing. And the presenter on this has a program that helps support this bill that is expected to pass and be signed, and has offered that the first 200 school districts that reach out for the program will get it for free for 1 year. So that may be something that we want to jump on and take advantage of, because it's something that is anticipated to come in. And I will be sure to bring my notes at the next meeting, but I just kind of wanted to put it out there as we talk about legislation updates. So, and that is 4536.
Sorry, I just want to let you know, we do participate in GCN trainings as a district, and so there are options that we can identify in regards to trainings that teachers that have to take, and so they do have a trauma-informed option that I'm sure Dr. Zero has taken, that we that is that stuff with.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 13.2 for some policy updates.
Sure, a lot of these were cosmetic, or as they call them, style changes. So little words here or there, no substantive changes. A number of them were part of their 5-year review, so there may have been some components that were updated footnotes, changes with laws, so those were footnoting. But I do want to just highlight a few areas there. The types of board meetings, policy 2:200, no meetings on election day, board meeting procedures, adding in there as one of the reasons for an individual on the board to be able to call in remotely and participate that way would be for active military reasons. With that piece, we will need to, if moved forward after all the readings, update policy 2:250, access to district public records, the FOIA component of that. Actually, Mrs. Barr was in a meeting, and now it's in press as they're looking forward, changing some of the components due to requesting FOIAs. We have forms, all districts have those, but changing that so it would be in, there's not linking attachments. The FOIA request would be in the body of the email. We're not sure. We're thinking part of that may have to do with a lot of the components where there are technology, phishing, and all of those kind of components. So wouldn't change anything except for we would put out there that it would need to be an email in the body of the email, all of the requests. With that, and then a revision of the definition of public records to exclude junk mail. And let's see, policy 4:165, awareness and prevention of child sexual abuse and grooming behaviors. There was actually in this one, when we do the, make sure I have how they had it worded, is that formerly the law required districts to give parents or guardians of students in grades K-8 prior written notice before we do the Bates law, Aaron's law. Sorry, I'm thinking HR for a moment. We are recommending that we not adopt that we leave in there, that we will continue to provide notification out to the families. Prior to that, Dr. Zerb, you've got your button, you want to jump in?
I have legal guidance on that and no issues with us keeping it. I thought with our local control on that we should be able to do that, but I did run that by legal, just making sure it was okay to keep in there.
Yes, wanting to make sure parents are aware before those, so we're going to keep our processes. So this is one piece of press recommendation that we will not be adopting, and so you won't see that changed in our policy for that. In there with policy 5:150, drug and alcohol free workplace, e-cigarettes, tobacco, and cannabis prohibition. ISB and the Illinois Department of Human Services will be putting together a list of substance abuse resources that for districts to utilize. And so we will be adding or utilizing that. That's what's in addition there. 5250, leave of absences, and 5330, sick day, vacation, holidays, and leaves. Some new language in there so that an employee would be able to utilize either specific leave or non-paid leave, or if they had a child who was in the neonatal intensive care unit, so updating language with that. Piece of that, and I'm trying to see, let's see. Otherwise, the majority of the others, they were policy reviews for the 5-year continuous, like I had said, with updates with footnotes or style changes. But I did want to highlight the ones that we did talk about. All of those are in your packet, so we can answer any questions on those specifics or any others that you may have seen inside the policy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on policy? I'm sorry, I was reading something, so. Oh, no, that's okay, so that's later. Any other questions from the board or the committee? Okay, so we will move this forward for a second reading, next month. And with that, I will turn it over to Mrs. Murray for Community Relations and Student Outreach.
All right, thank you. I have a comment that I want to make, but I can, if you want to go ahead first. Yeah, sure. I can wait.
Thank you. So I did submit a board update for the board. And just telling you a little bit about the priorities for the communications department. This is a busy time of year for us because there's so many wonderful things happening. Just trying to keep up with all of that. And, anyway, so wondered if anybody had any questions about that. Things that we're working on. Probably the biggest thing is that we're excited about is launching the first Portrait of a Learner video, and hopefully by the end of next week, which will be on the Empowered Learner. So we're super excited about that. Staff newsletter comes out on Sunday. Parent newsletter will come out the following Sunday. And otherwise, we're just trying to hit all these great things that are happening.
And the new issue.
I did drop it by your desk. It is, I think it's the last edition of The Voice, and I agree.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
More of just a comment, just to highlight the Lights of Life celebration graduation, May 15th.
Yep.
I think it's awesome that we have that, and just to thank you for keeping that going.
So many great things happening with Light. Hopefully everybody got out to the spring sale that they were having. That was pretty cool. Right.
I believe they made just shy of $1,000, like $900 worth of profit, I'm saying.
Wow.
That's pretty great.
Nice job.
Ms. Barr, I have a question and a comment. I'm going to do my comment first. So I want to commend Dr. Beelan and the entire high school team for all the work that they have done for signing day for the seniors that are moving on. I had the opportunity to attend the Educator Rising event. Nico invited me, and I was honored to be in attendance for that. So we had 8 students who, we think about signing day and see a lot of signing day in social media and athletics and athletes signing where they're going to continue. So I think it's amazing that we're doing signing day and recognizing and honoring other programs. So there are 8 phenomenal students that are going to pursue a field in education. And so that was awesome to be a part of that. So very great work that's happening at the high school. So that was my comment, and thank you for the invitation. And my question is something that we talked about a couple months ago that is related to registration. So we talked a few months ago about registration and registration fees. I know registration is open and families are registering. And we talked about putting out specific targeted communication to families, especially about the fee changes and the possibility to break up those fees into payments. And so I wondered with the family newsletter that's coming out, if there will be anything for families kind of on navigating that process and what's available to them
Yes.
with the changes.
Yeah, great question, and very timely. So I have been working with Mr. Altmeyer on the, on a memo for our families about the fee changes. That's ready to go. That will go out next week. And then a reminder will go out in the, parent newsletter, which is a week from Sunday. Mark will probably have to answer some of the ways these fees get paid. We didn't get into too much detail other than to say that the fees have been raised for this year and why.
We were going to talk about, and I'll let you speak,
Yeah,
but we were
correct.
going to talk about communication around options for
Correct.
navigating the new process?
Well, because we're not into July yet, and we're still working on the MB, the plug-in, so that parents can actually see the fees that they have outstanding in, our school. That is part of a new feature we're rolling out, is an MB plug-in, so that parents can actually see the outstanding fees in Power School. So while in Power School, they can click on a link to then go ahead and make those payments. So we're still working and testing that. And then the other piece of that is working with, finalizing with RevTrak. And they just rolled it out. I think last week I got an email from my contact at RevTrak. They just rolled out the structure that allows for reduced fees as a result of paying with a debit card. And so I'm meeting with them next week on the phone. So once we have all that information, that will be part of another future communication, so that we could further roll out that parents have that this is how it's going to work. Parents are still going to be using RevTrak, so the web store.
Right.
So the current way in which they would pay is the exact same. It's just understanding the different options. And because I've yet to have those meetings and RevTrak just set up those options, we're still working through that, as well as the Power School plugin.
We just want to make sure that when we're doing that, we had talked, when we approved the fees, we wanted to make sure that as a family, maybe they have 3 students in there, if they paid a portion here, a portion there, a portion there, what that would do with the late fee versus all of those pieces.
Yeah, I'll work through that with registration. I was not aware that registration fees are out there right now, to be honest.
They're not.
They're not, okay.
My concern, here's my concern. My concern is when we talked, and I went back and watched the previous meeting, when we talked about giving families an option for, I believe it was 4 payments. And now we're running, if we think about when that late fee goes into place, we're running out of time to implement that 4 payment plan, if that was the option that we had talked about as a board.
Well, yeah, we ultimately want to provide parents the option to pay any amount that they want to pay and can afford to pay, as long as they pay, right? And this is how I took this, as long as they pay by that deadline date, which I do believe was September 1st. So, right, because we can't set up a system with all the different registration fees at all the different levels, 4 different options, and click, right? Because if a parent can afford to pay 100 or 125 or 75 or 50, and then the next month they can pay a little more, giving them the opportunity to select something other than the full registration fee and continue to make payments, that's what I think the approach and plan would be, because I'm not sure RevTrak or the system that we have up front can give that specific option to divide what they owe by 4, if that makes sense. That's a whole different.
It does make sense. It does make sense. There's a difference between paying the 4 weeks of August versus paying May, June, July, August.
Correct, and we're working.
I was under the impression, and I don't know if anyone else was under the impression, we were doing a May, June, July, August, and there was going to be some sort of communication related to that.
And we're still working with the registration team because of this MB plugin and the RevTrak to roll out registration fees. And we're hoping to get it done maybe this month or next month, so that that opportunity still may exist.
So then, to Mr. Feckery's point, then we need to move the deadline to pay, because if we're not starting allowing families to pay, because I agree with you, that was my understanding too. If we're allowing families to pay 4 payments over the course of 1 month, if this is not up and running by June, then we're gonna need to extend the deadline.
Correct.
For the penalty.
And we can do that.
October, right?
That is something that we can absolutely do and look at based on the timing of when the system is ready to roll.
Yeah, you're bound by the software, so if the software's not ready, okay, it's not ready, how can we adjust to?
Because we don't want to roll out registration fees and then halfway through the registration fee process, say, oh, by the way, it's now available in Power School, right? We kind of want to roll that out day 1, so that, because people are going to be looking at Power School, right? We are going to send out invoices the first round, so people will have a hard
But before we send that out, we're gonna need to know what our deadline is for the late payment fee.
Yeah,
Correct.
we'll pull that together, right?
Right, because when I looked at when my family paid fees last year, it was, I believe it was in the month of May.
I think maybe given the discussion going on here, this is something we should put into the fees communication, that people will have the option. We don't, it's not
Right.
all, you know, worked out, but the option, I think that's really important, and so we'll add that.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. So my comment was, I just felt really bad about it since our last board meeting. Because in our second closed session, we discussed an expulsion of a student, which was very important to hear that vote. And we had it up and running with the Zoom and all that. We had it, because that wasn't running because it was so late. I don't know why, but there's no sound. And I think that's a really big problem, being that it was a very tight vote. And it was a 4-3 vote. And I just, for the family that could have been watching that or anybody else, I think we owe it to our community to do a better job, make sure that doesn't happen again. And even for them to hear, I don't even know if they heard like any comments, because I know the motion for the expulsion was voted against by the person that motioned it. So I just, maybe an explanation of that and why they could have heard that and the other no's or the nays on that. I just think it was very important, very, very important. So I just wanted to say that publicly, because I know I spoke to you about that afterwards, because I noticed there was no sound. So I just want to do a better job on that.
Yes, and I know that Mr. Altmeyer has worked with technology to try to troubleshoot some of those components to make sure, and a lot of times, I don't know, I understand all the tech components out there, but we've set it for multiple hours, but if there's inactivity, some of the components there. I believe that the minutes are being approved. They're on here for the minutes, so that those would have all been, I know that we've talked about having that recorded in the minutes, what the comments were as well, and all of those things. And then once that's approved, those minutes will be there, and it's absolutely something that can be provided to the parents, so.
Good. And then I know on the next item on the agenda, we're going to talk about the finance committee as far as approval of the minutes. But I was just curious on that meeting, because I know I wasn't in attendance of that, but even for just posting it here to approve them, can a PowerPoint be posted in this so the community can see those? I mean, it just speaks just vaguely over it, and what you guys spoke about, I think would be very, very important to our community to see those.
we can add that.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Real quick, were the attachments attached to the agenda, Sharon, for the finance, workshop? Were the presentations were recently added? Yes. After the fact, so they may be there now. But they weren't there at the time, prior to the meeting. And I think there was, like I said, a little bit of misunderstanding that that meeting was a closed meeting, not an open meeting, even though it was posted. And then being in room 180, but having those attachments attached to the agenda now, and then having some of our meeting minutes on there as well. But I think they are on there now. But.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, item 15, Board of Education, so you have in front of you the minutes for the dates that are ordered there to be voted on at the next regular board meeting. If you have any typos or issues, I can share from there. Item 16, public comments. Is there any, I don't see anything in the tray.
No.
I didn't think so. Okay. We have nothing on public comment. It moves to item 17, closed session. I move to enter into closed session at 8:52 p.m.
Second.
Second from Mr. Bobby. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are in closed session. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Have a good day. Enjoy Mother's Day weekend.
get dinner.
Yeah, I missed that too.
Yeah.
I had honey as well. Cupcake.
Pass down.
What are we at early?
Oh, my gosh.
Never gets filled.
All right, we are resuming an open session, as item number 18. There is no action coming out of closed session. It is 11:35 PM. At roll call, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino? Here. Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Feckity?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
All right, all 7 board members are present. Move to adjourn our meeting tonight at 11:36 PM.
Second.
Second from Mr. Feckity. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.